How's everyone doing tonight? We'll be getting started in about 5 minutes. Just gotta take care of a couple of things on my end. All right, how's everyone doing? So, um, let me just get to the right scene here. There we are. So, it doesn't look any all that fancy, but I'm also not showing the actual side of it that is like the display side, but it's also kind of a subdued build, not RGB heavy or anything like that. But I'm so excited about this new PC. When I was going in and hooray, capitalism. Wait a minute. Felix. um it's honestly at this point I think it's the only thing I really could invest in outside of like a couple odds and ends. Um but it's the only thing that would make like a real major change in how things are for the stream that will be perceivable. Outside of like getting a couple of arms for my monitors and stuff like that. I don't think there's really anything else I can do to improve this display too much or this setup too much. Maybe cabling, cleaning it up a little. So, um, that mirrored that mirrored on all the scenes? No, just that, just this scene. Interesting. Anyway, I never really realized that, but now that I think about it, I think that makes sense. Ta-da! No, that feels more right. That feels more like what I'm used to seeing. Oh, I digress. We're gonna be playing some Phoenix Wright tonight. Uh, Unfortunately, I wish I could keep my downloads running while we're streaming, but yeah, nope. Gotta leave the network as open as I can, because otherwise my stream will get very, very sad and disappointing and annoying. TV. But it should all be up and running tomorrow. We'll be playing Dark Souls 2 on it. Not really the best benchmark, but whatever. Maybe we'll boot up some Elden Ring and just see how it feels. Anyway, let me get the game starting up. I'm just excited about it. Get the game started up. It's the first major upgrade I've done. Well, not the first upgrade I've done in too long, but it's the first major overhaul I've done in 7 years, 5 years, something like that. So, let's see. I'm to wavelength to be up just in case. Did we hear that? Looks like it. You did not. No. Okay. There it is. I don't understand why it does that, but fine. Okay, so we've got that up and running. We can go to game capture. There we are. Whose story do we want to hear? Let's go with our client, Matt on guard. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Carita was killed by an assassin, and the assassin's client is... right. This man, Matt on guard. What's wrong? Mr. On guard. There is something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer self, dude. Lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as a nickel samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had his hands, had in his hands a secret. Oh. Goddamn Andrews. What was the voice I was giving her? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Problem with doing it only once a week. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? Holy shit. I knew this was coming. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Cyclops. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Did you know about Mr. Carita and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. Yeah, but I don't know any of the details. If that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews. She had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Carita. Her mentor was Mr. Carita's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it kind of pea? Like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? Ah, I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? Mr. On guard, are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers! Mr. Powers? What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking a little with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home, when all of a sudden, you there, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh. They said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? This poor guy. I love him. So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. No healthy future in this country. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, especially not that lawyer, he said. Just what do you think that lawyer the detectives was talking about? Who do you think is that lawyer that the detectives? You get what I mean. I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick! Is it I and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing, like, spring breeze image going. But what is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game, to justify himself. What? How horrible. That's unforgivable. Ow. Sorry. Didn't mean to offend you. But, you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. Pearl's gonna cut a bitch, indeed. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? Bruh. Is it not obvious? You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right? Dazzling sort of image, but aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. Matt, you see, there are these people called lesbians. You're not wrong. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about the other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impact's? I heard something about how her wedding was canceled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, and about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, Why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Okay, why not? Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left the note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Kurita? Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, "It looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man." Oh, a truly insidious man. Did she mean Mr. Kurita by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be enough reason for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Let's talk to Andrews. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. Engard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celestine Pax. I had finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread just like another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. The suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Engard? It's simple. Because he's the killer. That's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But, there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews. Well, I know you're not the type of person who'd do something without a reason, so please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now? Cyclock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say, revenge. Resent? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said, revenge. So, are you saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? Well, what an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. It's Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Maybe this? Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide. Oh, what are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. And on top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. Ungard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impacts and her suicide note. Okay, let's save really quick. I think I know. Mr. Nick, your phone. I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. It's probably just your imagination. You should really pick it up, Mr. Nick. It could be important. Hello? We got a big problem, pal. What? I'm on my way to your office right now. Okay. Hey, wait a second. Why is he coming here? It's terrible. I don't know what to say, pal. Oh, I got here faster than I thought. Hey. No time to relax now, pal. I'm confused as anything here. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought that spy camera. Yeah? This quickly? And this bear's what gave him away, pal. Bear? I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking for looking to the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't Mr. Shh, girls. And go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime. Who is it? Who'd be so rude as to spy on another person in their room? Matt on guard. Oh. Huh? Matt and guard. Your client, that's who, pal. Here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? That the bear who, that the person who bought this bear was... I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. It says the credit card receipt for the purchase. That's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. A receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just a receipt, pal. The store clerk says so himself. He told me. I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Engard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Engard's autograph out of it, pal. I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Engard himself. My sight is failing. This can't be. So what about the spy camera we found? That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I could give it back to you for to file away into evidence. Spy camera, transmitter, and stuffed bear refiled into the court record. I know you don't want to give up, pal. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Carita's room was Matt Engard. What? Why would Mr. Engard do something like this? I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Carita in one of their rendezvous. I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you going to see him? Mr. Engard, I mean. Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next. I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for pearls. Matt Engard, what in the world have you done? You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. That's secret. Now let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Carita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me, huh? I know you paid close attention to Carita, especially on that night. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Carita's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but Dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? Person who gave the Mr. to the bear was you. Mr. Uncard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met this bear before, dude. Ah, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Uncard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Brown bear, what do you see? Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Card. It's from you when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from that is I spent $3,800. I go to the department store all the time, okay? This $3,800. This could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. Yeah, elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like a stupid lawyer to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filmed in secret is... Damn it. Oh, right. The one who gave him the bear. What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Engard. I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because... since you're the one who set up that camera, that means that you knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind the whole murder is you, Matt Engard. Here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. Engard, you did really... Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? About time for you to know what? There it is. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Engard. Oh ho ho! How's it going, John? Welcome in. Can we get a shout out for John 1, please? I don't know if you can really see it there. Oh no. I think I know which one this is. Turn the corner and... nope. He shows his true self. Hopped in at just the best moment. Yes. Doing well, that's good to hear. I'm doing all right. It's been an interesting day. New computer was done being built. Was working on setting it up a little bit. Got to work from home, finished things like 2 hours early. So there's that. Motive for murder, Matt's secret. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really So you are Shelly the Killer's client. You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Gotta leave work a bit early today, thankfully. Nice. Over 100 degrees every... Ouch. Trying to stick the crime on me. Didn't think she had it in her. All I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? That's... You're lying. What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. That can be pretty not... Okay, not the temp part. What? Why? Why did you hide the video camera in... A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. You knew about Miss Andrews' secret? But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why... Yes, that's where the video comes in. He's got his face on and the crime scene recorded on it. Preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up, and I can't. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl. What? Why would you kill Mr. Karita? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Karita had been able to give it, then Mr. Uncard's secret would have... Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Karita ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used. Use then throw it away. Put on a sweet, innocent face, and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin too. Oh, how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me. Matt and Guard. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Karita, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was the killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Karita. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. But too bad you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How's that sound? Oh, but you can't you? There would be that one, the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mr. Maya. You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word. Or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth, I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Why does he have fangs? Because he's evil. And a bit of a predator, let's be honest. Well, Wright, what are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy... No! We can't do that. That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. It's a nice touch, but it's not logical. Mr. Edgeworth? Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand up in the court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Mr. Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who are suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, a lawyer is probably like a man, nothing but a pile of miserable secrets. Also, you became a lawyer to reunite with Edgeworth. Shh. Shh. It's okay. It's okay. I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human. You and I. Cue the Bon Jovi song. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? That's... Also, how you doing, Zingerman? Drake! You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. I'm a lawyer. But to fight for someone who's clearly a killer, Matt and guard, that man is really... It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer is forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you, of all people, should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get on guard and an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. People like you and Francisca von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Sore from the gym? That's a sign of a good workout. You should probably stretch, though. Francisca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that such things as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Mr. Nick, the transceiver. I'm so sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal by tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for on guard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you are asking me for a reason as to why I am doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is a part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before. However, you did, but my name is DeKiller. Shelly DeKiller. You're Shelly DeKiller? Please keep in mind, you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a DeKiller, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain... Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice, long nap. No! Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Maya! Maya! I don't know what to say. Edgeworth. Did you hear that? At the end of the transmission. Huh. Oh, that. It sounded like a cat. A cat? It can't be. That cat, can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly DeKiller's holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all the police head for On Guard Mansion. Immediately. Alright, you better hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah. Move. Hotel lobby. Move. Living room. March 22nd. On Guard Mansion. Living room. Maya. Please answer us, Mystic Maya. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. Can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer. He and Ungard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there are lots of cuts in it for some reason. Figurine added to the court record. A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? Right. Look down. There's a little pet door installed there. Ah, I'm sure that's for Shield. Do you think that this came through that little door? This door. It's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking down doors. Pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Ah, there's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is Ungard's private lounge. Look at this, right. An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals, and a VCR. Check inside the deck. There's a tape. It would have been an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed and recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. It's on Guard's computer. Maya, why couldn't you have used this to get help?
Mr. Nick, where's the power switch?
Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. It's a VCR and an antenna. But it's just a to it, okay?
Only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful.
A huge television and speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say,
I would die a happy samurai fan if I could see Nickel Samurai on a TV like this.
Yep, that's what she'd say. I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered. I can't read all the labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like Ungard taped all of his own shows. What a spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls could fit on this.
I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick. There's a little door for Shu in this big door.
I'm sure Maya used this door to shove this out there. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time I'm sure. Or this time too, I'm sure. It's a very small table. I bet we could barely squeeze 3 pearls onto here.
But I wouldn't sit on a table to begin with, Mr. Nick.
Yeah. Okay, move. Wine cellar. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. There's a picture. This looks like a picture of Miss Impact. With love, Celeste.
Miss Impacts? You mean?
Yes, Mr. Kurita's former manager.
Would a picture of Miss Impacts be here in Mr. Ungard's mansion?
And why does it say with love? This might be a clue.
Ah!
What's wrong, Pearls?
Please let me see that picture frame.
Huh? What's so special about the frame?
On the back. There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
What?
I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag of not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry about me. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless slunk. That's it for now, Nick.
I guess I'll... God damn it. This doesn't have a record function.
No! Mystic Maya!
Sub. Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house. This is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as the clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Miss Andrews' psych block. If I could just find out what secret she's hiding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. Detention center, visitors room. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I've come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? I want to know, and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine. Go ahead. Try to break me, if you can. Presenting. Safe. Okay. Present. Celeste. This is a photo of Miss Impacts, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. What? With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impacts' handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Engard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out.
Because Mr. Krita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right?
Yes, because of Matt.
Because of Mr. Engard? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going.
Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why...
With love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture.
They were a couple, weren't they?
It wasn't anything as splendid as that.
Celeste was being used, toyed with, until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. Scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were a good match, were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called off the wedding, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste.
I see. So that's what happened.
But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for it when it would hurt Juan the most. Enormous impact. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds. And so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that the note was a powerful weapon against Matt. And it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge.
Revenge. There's that word again.
Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course.
And that was at the press conference after the stage show.
I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out all about this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I felt the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it, and had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So, when I stabbed Juan's body with the knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all of this, are you still going to help that man?
I'm a lawyer.
I see. What a foul profession.
Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me.
It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway.
I can't sleep either. Not with my situation. Or would I know now?
Ooh, quiet to be continued.
How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix, Wright?
What have I done wrong?
I cannot allow you to go on like this.
But I'm just a simple defense attorney.
Silence. You are no longer worthy of your title. I've had this dream before, someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written in... Okay, well. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. Well, that was brutal. Thank you, Capcom. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna have to prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too.
Now listen up. You better get on guard guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy sandbag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever.
Maya.
Phoenix.
Mia. Maya. How's Maya?
I don't know.
You don't know?
She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday.
Mia, what am I supposed to do?
Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There is still some hope left.
Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. It's a cursed on guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it.
You're really mean, pal.
Gumshoe, I'm really, really sorry. Where are you?
Now let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal.
Then you have some sort of lead?
Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up.
Gumshoe.
Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal.
Gumshoe! That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first.
You got that? So, you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer.
I have to make the trial last longer?
If you go and met Mr. Ungard with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out. Or Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you two can draw it out.
Oh, now I get it.
I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we got, just like you.
Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe.
Beep.
Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. That's literally the only thing that can save the case, probably. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it.
We'll see about that.
All right. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Matt on guard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions from which she are those from the guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying she is guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin, and the person who has hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt on guard. What a surprising turn of events. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. Oh. So, I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Well, sorry. Well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. Powers is Wolverine's brother, clearly. Abel. I didn't know that. But you know, didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, would you please testify about when you went to Mr. Engarde's room? Okay, sure. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. But yeah, I could see the attempt to make him look like, or the intent being that he looks like, Wolverine. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night. I couldn't make them wait for me. It's mainly the hair in the side. Yeah, it's very much the hair in the sideburns. The hair's a little more wild because Wolverine has the two like very specific curves or curls to it, but still. It's really like the exact shape of the sideburns and the hairline. I think that really does it. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Engarde was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? Trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? Yeah. Oh, I can't. I can't mouse cursor. Um. Okay, so like right in here, he has kind of the same thing going on. Like it's very symmetrical there. Uh, and then his hairline is very much similar. Like it's kind of a boxy hairline. But it's those chops. Okay. The defendant's room. Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor. Like a big brother of sorts. And I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright. What, what, what is it? You're gonna try and trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time? Witness. I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So, for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room, and then... Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Are you sure that it was Matt on guard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? Okay. At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform, and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why is that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember now. Sorry. I guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. You're gonna share a picture of X-Men anime of Wolverine, but you can't find a good picture? I'll be right back. Haha. Let me find the better page of him. Wolverine. Where is Wolverine? Page 64. It's not a comic, actually. It's a, sort of an encyclopedia of Wolverine, of X-Men characters. It's even got a Summers family tree here. Colossus on this page. Nightcrawler. I mean, this book is the reason I know anything about. Okay. Like, you're not wrong. They're pretty similar to each other. And then if you consider the live action stuff, like, yeah, it is X-Men Ultimate Guide. This is the updated edition. So if you're interested in it, you'll be able to find some information this way. Yeah, it's got some stuff. Oh shoot, when was this published? Like sometime in 2003? Yeah, I mean, it's... You're not wrong by saying he looks like Wolverine's brother. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? Oh, game. Just wanted to point it out because it's obvious. I mean, look at him! I also liken him to like a lion. You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do. So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. So, who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Lil Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember the incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. What do we have? Wooden bear. Shape figurine is bearing many thin cuts. I'm confused.
The thing is, I don't see a contradiction here. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. No, we've seen that one. Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few moments ago you stated...
You know, I did feel something weird. It was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself?
Yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip.
So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me.
How much it was?
Well, but that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all.
Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of these shocking moments I should ask about. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers?
He wasn't exactly a boy. More like an old Gramps. I hope you know what, that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches.
A line of stitches?
Yeah, it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out.
Ugh! He was there, at On Guard's house. He was that butler.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Nothing, Your Honor. So that means On Guard was talking with the killer, then. If that fact were to be exposed, On Guard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief.
You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What did you say, Your Honor?
Nothing, Mr. Wright. Nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony.
The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree?
Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash?
Ah, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash can hardly be considered a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I be standing around here prosecuting? He's got a point. Even I don't get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work.
So, supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Payment?
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Juan Corrida.
Then the bellboy the witness saw.
Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley de Killer left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley de Killer?
He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley de Killer.
Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out.
Oh?
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What?
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir, right away. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room.
Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Carita's room. Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean, thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Ah? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly the killer. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if the bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. This is no laughing matter. And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The awards ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that. And then I came back, and then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 p.m. by that time. You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform, after all. But, you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. That's a pretty identifying feature, let's be honest. So, I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So, which room did the bellboy come out of? The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan Carita's, all right. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? So what exactly was so out of place about it? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those service room type, one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart, and he wasn't holding a tray, either. You'd call that a little strange, too, wouldn't you? I agree that is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one? There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Phoenix, you have something more valuable than money. Friends! Now run circles around these poor bastards. Mia. Yes, sir. Mr. Powers. Yeah. Yes? I don't think bellboys have to always hold things, especially if they're going on their break or lunch. Yeah. You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and so a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corrida's body. The liquid inside the glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corrida's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. But you can prove that. Can you prove that Mr. Corrida was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, got to focus. I can't relax here. Can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, a football is made of leather? Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant, and then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh, yes. Please, tell us more. Okay. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door. Knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kinda saw that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Eh, excuse me. I may be poor underpaid action star, but even I would stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye and sort of a sneaky spy-like. I knew it, he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. I said hold it. Oh, okay. That's better. Ahem. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at that time. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. Well, it was Mr. Ungard's room, correct? So it could have only been Mr. Ungard himself, I'd say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that? Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing... He gave something to this person? Yeah. And what is this something? Ha ha ha. If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it something, would I? Oh god, his voice. But this implies that that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kinda small. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. Think of this as I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I would say... I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. A statue? Yeah, it looked kind of like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing, I'd probably remember, you know? Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm gonna have to come up with whatever the statue thing is and show it to him. You're going to have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that? What is the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this in Matt Ungard's mansion. At the defendant's house. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Carita in his room. Then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mr. Ungard's mansion would mean... Excuse me. It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Ungard is the killer's client. Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia.
No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later.
Why would Wright show that picture? Oh, the bear? That's the only way to progress the case, but I'm not sure why he would have a reason in character to do that. Honestly, stalling out the case is in his best interest, so just letting it not be a thing until Edgeworth pulls it out would be ideal. Like Mia said, it would have come up anyway.
If you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have.
I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There are still few points that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further? The person who received the bear. There's one thing in Power's testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who took that bear, we can't be sure of... Ah! What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason. Why? Oh yeah. Sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm. It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've got to be kidding.
Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order, order. It looks like you've dug your own grave, yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And, as we all know, Matt Ungard is the Nickel Samurai. But we went over this with Old Bag. Just because it's the character and he's played by Matt Ungard doesn't mean it was Matt Ungard. Come on!
Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer.
What am I supposed to do now? Mia, help. You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry.
Now, I will bring... Your Honor. Again, Mr. Wright, we've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony.
It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something. Even one more little point will do. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that.
All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further? Mr. Powers' testimony, of course. Ah. Your inanity stupefies me, Mr. Wright. We have already clarified all questionable points during the cross-examination just now. Wasting time like this, calling the testimony questionable. I say it's your head that's questionable here. Ah. Shit. Yes, I agree. The cross-examination went smoothly, and there's nothing wrong with the testimony. Now then, I believe... Please, wait. You're being very persistent today, because I can't let it end like this. I know my outburst just now was a little questionable. Questionable indeed. But there really are some questionable points left to discuss, Your Honor. What are you trying to pull? All right, Mr. Wright. Okay. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? It was found at Mr. Engard's mansion. However, Mr. Engard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that Mr. Engard who took this bear to... it was Mr. Engard who took this bear to his mansion. Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There's no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Ooh, disaster averted it. You haven't got the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Engard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it, that butler. All this time he was the killer. The killer and Engard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Engard Mansion as its butler. What a bold move. Oh, okay. The bear figurine was brought back to Engard Mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Engard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I think we've heard enough. No, we know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Engard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it. I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? Yeah, I need to stall for time. I will now raise my... There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is to do this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's... my client is the assassin's client. Number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two,
That very same figurine was found at Ankard Mansion. However, it's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer? Adrian Andrews. Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt on guard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw. That could very well have been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. Ankard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony, the defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figurine at Mr. Ankard's mansion was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defendant's logic. Besides which, there's no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. Starting to get a little hungry. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order, order, order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear on guard right away. Why would you ask? Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubt against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. We've been at this for a couple hours. I'm going to snack on something really quick, and then we'll continue, because I'm starting to notice some definite signs of hunger. So, I'll be right back. Don't burn the place down while I'm gone.
This one.
You turn that down this instant.
No.
What? What? Do not stand at my grave and I am not there. I did not die.
No. There we go. Like, I know the solution is just hard to execute, and I'm okay with that. I'm surprised you weren't able to get down there with that amazing portal technology. It's pretty strange how those portal guns work. I mean, it combines the top scientific processes of our time. Portal guns contain a flux quantum generator which propels energy blasts, with energy values of 4.23 gigawatts with an average speed of approximately 25 meters per second. The speed is most optimal because it allows the energy to be conserved while still maintaining a speed that is appropriate. The external plastic casing of the portal gun is constructed of a high polymer fireproof carbon fiber. This prevents the intense energy of the portal gun from burning the hands of the user. This intense energy causes intense heat. Oh, by the way, if you want an achievement, click here. I've heard that scientists still do not know what happens if two portals are placed on top of one another. The last time that was attempted, well, I'm sure you heard about that on the...
Hey boss, found you. Good. Hermes, at your service. Pleasure. You are the talk of Olympus. Normally I wouldn't get mixed up, but for you, I'll be making an exception. Now come on, we've both got places to be.
He actually speaks really fast. But it doesn't sound rushed.
Out of trouble.
Ooh.
Ah, hello, Mr. Spider.
Alright, you got some evidence. Whoa, wait.
Okay, I think. Yes! Okay. It was just a small something, but it should keep me going for the night. I think it's just because we ate a little bit earlier than I usually do, Salix. So. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt on Adrian. I swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Nick!
Pearls? Where's Mia?
I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
A really strong power?
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
It's from Gumshoe.
How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal?
Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto.
Yeah, that's good, pal.
And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are?
We still don't have any leads, but...
What? We don't have any more time.
If we had just one, even a single clue would be really helpful.
I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep this trial going until Maya's been rescued. But I have just run out of luck have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent. I could see a circus tent. Mia. Looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe. Is there a circus in town right now?
There's only one, pal. The very big circus.
Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot of the radius of the main tent.
What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry.
And I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox.
Okay, what else?
What else, Mia?
I'm sorry, but it was also but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
Good old Gumshoe doesn't ask how he knows, just accepts it.
I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, pal. Okay, pal?
Beep. Mia, Maya's not hurt, right?
She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved.
Gumshoe, please hurry.
Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix?
It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make the trial last a little longer. March 23rd, 12:05 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene.
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Excuse me. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have.
You have seen it before?
That's right. It's only natural the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets?
All right. Why does she...
Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. You know, if you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell tell that it's a small jewelry box by looking at it.
So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. A puzzle? That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
True enough. People who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart. And how would one go about doing that? Well, first you turn its tail to the right, then push it in.
Oh yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and now can be removed.
Oh, this is most interesting.
A boy and his new toy. Looks like he's 5 all over again.
Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on.
I think he's lost it. So, what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you?
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, Let's continue with your testimony. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with this same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken. Especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy. But it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear was actually a small container, or jewelry box? I never told anyone. As long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew.
The two of you, huh? Then, of course, that means that Mr. Ungard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Figuring updated in the court record. Well, Mr. Wright, even if you have come to I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. The bear is actually a jewelry box. Now we have to, now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? What's in the box? What's in the box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness. Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence in the room. All eyes are on Miss Andrews as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste in Pax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste in Pax had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order. Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Edgar's pace. So, now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least, that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it, for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. Oh. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste in Pax left us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Engard, about being engaged to Corrida, and then Engard's role in destroying that, and about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And That's all Miss Impacts had to say. There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Angard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word.
Matt Angard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public at any cost.
Celeste's suicide note added to the court record. This time he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from feeling that. How terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There is no room for doubt here. Mr. Dick Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear was with the note. The bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one?
Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do.
I know, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. The gavel is already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry. Suicide note or the figurine, which one should I pursue? Save. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it? The assassin took this with him from the crime scene after murdering Mr. Creed. At the request of his client, of course. So, what's your point, Mr. Wright? I don't think it's possible that Mr. DeKiller's client was Matt Angard. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. You can't tell by just by looking at it that the spare is really a jewelry box. The chances that Matt Angard thought the note was inside the spare are 0 to 1, to none. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there's no reason why Mr. Angard would ever want a jewelry box like this. Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgewood, what is your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession.
Engard and the victim both thought of each other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses.
And
The victim, Juan Carita, was being spied upon. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Engard.
order. Order. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well, sort of.
Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Matt Engard's fingerprints were on there.
Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Engard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. Got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Is a man a bad killer guy? Shush, stop. Don't look at him. Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next? What I'm going to do next? Is running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting a lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's one piece of evidence he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
Tell me outright. All right, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't look like you have any further objections, do you?
What's this piece of evidence Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? I only have one choice here. I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I have ever heard, Mr. Wright. Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily.
You are beginning to sound desperate.
That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? Mia, if you're going to imitate the best, you might as well just steal everything you can from him. So, you're going to tell me that I forgot something. You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth, but there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence.
I'm confused. That is Miss Impax's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impax or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting. Mr. Wright, are you saying that this suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Ungard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt Ungard. I did no such thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you are the one who presented the scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note? It is as the defense stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible. This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry the trial over one more day. I don't think Mayo will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and the defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis, my butt. That's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. Ungard is guilty. Any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, 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 guilty. I mean, yes, he's very, very guilty. He told us as much. Well, what is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? What is it with him? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer?
Yeah, he got away.
What?
I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides, I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do.
Anyway, what's going on?
We found his hideout, pal, but the two of them were already gone.
This is terrible.
I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time.
But don't tell me we don't have any.
Don't tell me. We don't have any more.
Do you hear that? They're calling for his head.
Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and. Ow!
What is it?
Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth.
I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch.
Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you gotta buy us some more time.
Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. The court is adjourned for the day. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that we will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. March 23rd, 2:04 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby, number 3. Right, well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer. It looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? Can't find her in that time. Report.
Yeah. Is that Mr. Edgeworth?
We don't have time. Just spit it out.
Right. Looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away.
A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence?
Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over.
Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. And those guys weren't looking. I swiped the stuff and ran.
What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I got to put the law on hold for now.
Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
With my hunk of junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir.
Now she's a klepto.
Don't worry, I'll be there. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me.
All right. Just get here in one piece.
I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light.
Got himself by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to put an end to this. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me.
No one can stop me.
Can't. Don't stop me now. What happened? Sounded like he had an accident, I'm guessing. His cell phone, I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken, and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why, oh why, did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way we can find out where he is at this moment? That's right, there's a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like this? Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca, will she even want to help us? Edward, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict is Prosecutor Edgeworth here. Yes, bailiff? There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Gumshoe was too reckless. Gumshoe's always reckless. I think we're finishing this case tonight, though. Oh boy. March 23rd, 2:35 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is... It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note. What isn't wrong with Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Order. Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Plot twist! Mr. Corrida? Well. Looks like Miss Impax never left the suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Matt On Guard could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. This theory that On Guard had no idea that suicide note was a fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, camera? What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. And you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. On Guard knew the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. On Guard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ah! So then the defendant knew this note was fake. And if that's true, then the situation had changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. On Guard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. On Guard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. On Guard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made a forgery at an unknown place? Order, 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 Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. As I figured. As you figured? As I figured, it all came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Unguard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth, stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of, who was it that hired Shelley the Killer to commit murder? That's impossible. No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness? It's Yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself, Shelley the Killer. Oh, Mr. the Killer. Wait, Shelley the Killer?
Plot twist.
You mean the killer? I mean, the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here? To the witness stand? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it is really alright to do this. Very well then, the prosecution calls the witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and, occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here? Your Honor. How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. I love how even the radio / walkie-talkie has character design. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier about was. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. DeKiller himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof you are in fact Shelley DeKiller. I understand. Please wait a second.
I'm so hungry.
Maya. Maya. A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley DeKiller. It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct? It is. As you say, I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Shelley DeKiller. What's he gonna say? About my client. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here on this witness stand. It is my wish that you all grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. DeKiller seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. Judge can't handle it. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. DeKiller is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. About my client. I think I know what to do here. So we save, just in case I'm wrong, but we present the evidence that there was a recording device set for the time of the murder. No. Load. Because there was a breach of that trust. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner.
In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner? This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough, please, no more. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I can't do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. The egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it even less comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff, just tell us the name already. Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. Not as a therapist, you know. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your client? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry, go on. Well, it appears that this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about my situation. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. The client has already broken the rules and acted outside of the prescribed rule. Their rule? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You, who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? No. I didn't say anything. The judge should better watch himself. Oh, whoops. The trust between you and your client? I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rule. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? In this case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point.
I think. Really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek.
Water. Water.
You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. Now then, I do believe it's about time I revealed the name of my client. Don't you agree? What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Juan Corrida? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here?
My guess is Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edgeworth in the back?
I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name. Matt Engard, perhaps?
I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. You, Shelley DeKiller. My testimony is the truth. The defendant, at the moment, is Matt Engard. Am I correct? All I wish to do is procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there's the possibility that the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Engard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, Engard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya.
Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer's lying. And Engard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley DeKiller is certainly lying under oath.
Wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
Oh, that's not true.
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button donning nickel samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Please, tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Engarde is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than Engarde. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Engarde convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him. Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through a witness's lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at, and I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here, in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please reestablish connection with Mr. DeKiller.
Right away, Your Honor.
Has a verdict been reached?
Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more.
About? All you need from me is the name of my client. What else would you need me for?
Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about the case. That is how things are usually done.
What is he talking about, usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now. However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. We still have to cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes two of us. About my client. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is... Okay. So we've already gotten this. Let's see what we... What is it, Mr. Wright? If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see. You are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. I'm not thinking of hiring Mr. Wright. Yes? You want to kill me. You want me dead, don't you? What? Why do I want you dead? Guilty. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty. Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah. Well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am not the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real... Oh, even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. Killer. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time could not run. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything and go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight. That is something I cannot overlook. Really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you. I have no intention of using your services. Ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? He should be devoted to it, especially if he doesn't want to go to jail. From the very beginning? That is correct. From the moment before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. But even more appalling is the creation of planting the button and the knife and button. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the crime scene is pretty risky. And why would someone who had requested a murder go to
crime scene anyway.
That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Ungard.
If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request you do it? Or that you do it?
Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, that is all. And to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall.
And that is all you have to testify?
Yes, and I pray I will never be called to the stand again.
Again? As in you plan to continue?
I must admit, I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Excuse me?
No. I'm fine.
Really?
Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now.
What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do is expose the lies.
That's true. However, you realize that will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused, but the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. That's odd.
What? Okay, what do we have? Press coverage, radio transceiver, a lot of camera, magazine clipping, guitar case, wine glass. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea Juan Carita had been murdered. But how? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass. Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Carita had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That's not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the exact same thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't this a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Carita's death. If not, then that can only mean Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I'm positive that, there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met us at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. Oh, why am I doing that voice? And that is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. "1 week ago? Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm quite sure.
I, of course, had my own preparations. I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time. It was a request for my services the night of the awards ceremony. Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was. Was the testimony important just now? Yes, very important. The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. In a certain bar. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was that brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. The only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was that testimony just now of any importance? Very important. Of course it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. So you're saying that his client was really Adrian Andrews? I guess so. You see, it is just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Now then, would the witness please continue? That is what occurred, and I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes. So your client was Adrian Andrews? That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met, but if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you do that, then you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? I value the truth. Just try the. Oh, no, whoops. I want to press, but I want to say it's not important. Press him. Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my question. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Miss Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Yes. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Oh, really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. But as we all know, that was not how it turned out, correct? What do you mean? Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right? Well, yes. I suppose you are correct. So, I would like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate? Oh. I can't do it. Anyway. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took a request at that time? Yes, that is correct. And when you thought he was trustworthy? How many times must I repeat myself? That is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the Killer. You've never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip up about her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you've ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you she is a woman. Oh. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? The witness testified to the following. That he has always met face-to-face with his clients when taking their requests. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client would not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. It's sweating oil. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However,
Why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. Dick Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender, and so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Shelley Dick Killer. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up the client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just going to spit out more lies. Very well, but this time, please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Yes, now I remember I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Carita and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. That literally contradicts what he just said. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now. Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. We've come we've come this far. I have to try and prove something here. Very well, I will show you the proof. Are you sure about this, Phoenix? Here's the proof that you met with the, proof that the witness has met with his client who wished Mr. Carita dead. So, what do you think? You may say, what do you think? However, I am, for all intents and purposes, a transceiver radio. Oh, that's right, you can't actually see the evidence. Well, I don't think I need to see, I don't think this was one I needed to see. I can hear the pure silence in the air there. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof. I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time. Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. God damn it. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which, the times have changed. Now, it is the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Email? Do you have an email that, Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope? Ah, I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email. Email. In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot hands down. Ahem. Anyway, so you took this job without meeting your client, and... Two or three other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide it at that? Nope, gotta press further. Whether or not they're related is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client, which is why I wonder, what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination? Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait. Uh-oh, this is really looking bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think, is this worth pursuing? Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find the figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. And then what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you have just stated in your testimony. As you wish. I found this figurine at Mr. Ungard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Ungard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? But a killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. Say. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine. Then she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Mr. Ungard's mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. So, what do you think? Witness, Mr. the Killer. Oh, I'm sorry? I went to the water closet for a second. Huh? Mr. Attorney, I think it's time that I stated this in terms even you can comprehend. If you ask me any more of these pointless questions, there will be no mercy. Load. Yes. Think it over again. It's no use. As long as I can't put my finger on the central problem here, pressing this witness anymore would be extremely dangerous. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once? I did once. When I went to give the figurine to my client the figurine. Yes, I see. But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? A nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? One thing does sort of stick out at me, Your Honor. Witness, I think you most definitely saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Powers' testimony. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in this nickel samurai costume. Matt gave the bellboy a tip. You received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. Ungard. And at the time, he was not wearing his nickel samurai mask. Oh. Order. Yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness. Yes, that night I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips that night for carrying juice to the various rooms. Is that so wrong? Huh? The man who gave me that tip was not my client. He was probably just a very generous person. I'm sorry, but sadly we are not nearly so generous here. If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Oh, the deja vu. And isn't his salary more than enough for one man? Where is your evidence that the large roll of cash was not, in fact, a tip? Come, Mr. Edgeworth, show me the money. What? Mr. Attorney. Yes? You know, I think your line of questioning has been a little strange. In fact, I would say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is my client. Oh, no, it's not like that at all. I just think lies aren't a good thing, you know? Oh, I know, and I know and agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. I think we are on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, if I feel threatened in any way, I'm free to cut contact at any time. I'm sorry. Please forgive my foolishness. If you were this apologetic all of the time. If only you were. Anyway, I do not see a huge contradiction here. Therefore, you may continue, witness. We've pretty much reached the end of our rope here. Huh? Seems like we're still okay to me. And that is exactly what is so bad. At this rate, we will end up completely destroying the killer's line. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that will put us in. Oh yeah. All I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. Oh boy. No, that wasn't right. Shelley to color. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everybody going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testament. And I was going to burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note and burned it. Order, order, order. So that's where you two were going. So, by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, that it was impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Oh! Order, order, order. Mr. Phoenix, Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not. That's enough. If that is your intention, then there's only one thing for me to do. Well, wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please, excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please, not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring the trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand otherwise. What in the... Mr. Wright, are you? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I don't understand this I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... The prosecution, What has come over everyone? Even you are. The prosecution rests. What is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt on guard, would be declared innocent, and in his place, Adrian Andrews will be charged with murder. Miss Andrews will be charged with murder. The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring out the defendant, Matt Ungard, to the stand.
The items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out.
Can't believe it.
The outcome now lies in your hands.
Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as truly innocent and as a truly innocent and good person. You have done evil, and you have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent.
Huh. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out.
Mr. Ungard.
What an atrocious lawyer I have. What an atrocious lawyer I have given. Giving his own client up.
Jeez. Why am I having problems with that one?
And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap is just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life?
You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay?
But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Ungard, is innocent.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you?
Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Ungard, is... We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Ungard, your client deserves an answer. This trial is crazy, and there are crazier. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Ungard is... Francisca von Karma. What are you doing here, Owl?
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool.
Did you bring them? The final pieces. Do you have them?
You should know better than to ask Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Avon Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy, he's fine. His injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is.
That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there is nothing else to wrap the items in.
I fought long and hard for this whole trial.
All for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains for me is to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What?
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right. Mr. Edgeworth, I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence.
Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn the whole situation around, like a miracle. I'm sure of it.
That is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol.
Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? I'm pretty sure there was no gun involved in this case. There's no real benefit to hearing about it. Please present the next piece of evidence.
The second piece of evidence is this videotape.
Question for more details. Have you checked the contents of that tape?
Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh yeah.
But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it?
That's right. It looks as if he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley the killer is no ordinary man.
My nose is itching.
The last piece of evidence is the bellboy's uniform.
I don't think this is going to help us much at all. Thank you very much, Miss Von Karma. I think that's enough.
That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure, were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not, who did the killing?
It is, who is the client?
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down.
Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down the verdict.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he?
Is this the end?
Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there?
I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen.
You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's
Try, for my sake. Think about it for a second. There are two ways out of this situation for us. Two? The first. Make Matt on guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Ungard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way? Force the killer to end his contract with Ungard. If the killer were to no longer think of Ungard as his client, then he would let Maya go.
Mia, that's even more impossible. This is a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else.
I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle.
The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he didn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was shown, he's just not accepting them.
Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us?
The other side. Wait, does you mean turn things around?
Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it?
The person who needs the evidence.
The defense, the prosecution, and the judge. We've all seen the pieces of evidence, and that's how we've come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all, and that person does not know the truth. That truth may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence.
I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then, who do you want to show? Who do you want to show the evidence to? Or do you want to show that evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance.
One chance?
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
That's impossible. Turn this situation around in one try.
One try. That is all I will permit.
I have to try to remember everything that's happened up to this point. Think, Felix. Think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking Ungard down at the same time.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let us not waste any more time. Who would you like to show the evidence to? I see. And now, tell the court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there's some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
All right, looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right?
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence.
Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape that was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable. However, it was an order for my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
I thought so.
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of this tape?
I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea.
Actually, you are on this tape.
Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true? Mr. Wright, who was it that planted that camera? Well, the only person who could have placed that camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Miss Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Mr. Ungard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They want to blackmail one. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe in anyone else, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley the Killer? Oh. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes, you told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that is right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So, the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item. Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I'm I don't quite know what just happened. Miss Von Karma, where did that? She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it is time to finally hand down a verdict. Oh, that pleases me so very much. Mr. Engard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You'll finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement.
sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video.
Help me.
Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright?
We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you.
Right, Chief. We're pleading guilty. Matt on guard? Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here.
Me? My wonderful self? Guilty?
Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it, you can't run from your crime anymore.
Oh, guilty.
Ooh. Messy. I think that is actually one of the more graphic depictions they've had in this series so far.
As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
We? I don't remember you helping out much in this.
Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard?
I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whip leather right about now.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes, I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair.
She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did.
This witness, how should I put it? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone in the detention center, that was the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved.
Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile.
I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yay! I know, right, John? The only reason I'm not tearing up is because I've been through this before.
It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
March 23rd.
You were great out there, Phoenix.
What I did out there was right, wasn't it?
This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right?
Yes, I understand now.
Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matt on guard, is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices. Choices then, and your answer? Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is safe in police custody.
Really?
All right, everyone.
Whitey!
Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing, Whitey? How was stream? Can we get a shout out, by the way? How you doing tonight, buddy? You have fun with stream tonight? You buzzed your... Explain? But yeah, it was fun. But his main! Jeez. Got a hair... a buzz cut. It's gonna come back. Okay. Just the hair? Or also, because I might have to look at that, Also, why? For good reason? I totally didn't get one either. John, are you telling me that you got a haircut? Lear paid you $20 to shave your beard, so you took it a step further to your... Well, that's the best $20 Lear could have spent. Oh, you madman. You did quite a while back. Yeah, this is almost 3 years in the running. I think maybe next time we do a... I'm getting the glue, put it back! Did it for the content. No, I think I'd do it for charity reasons, honestly. If we can get enough money raised, I'd totally go. Maybe not fully shaved, but yeah. I don't like my head. About to the middle of your back, about a month. Jeez, dude. Yes, she's quite safe. But you had... Sorry, I'm not familiar with that. It's longer than yours. Yeah, mine's just below the shoulder blades now. She is on her way here as we speak. A patrol car. Ah, Miss Sigmaya is safe. You did it, you really did it, Nick. Ow! She punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Oh, poor kid. Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
About earlier.
Thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Spot, your hair had spots that were sticking up after giving yourself a number 3 cut. Yeah, that'll happen. You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. You buzzed it off. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. Oh, what foolish nonsense! We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant, but every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach one single truth. This I promise you. The truth. Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory. Who ran away into the night.
It is Mr. Edgeworth, right? Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because you believed in I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool.
Miss Von Karma, I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma, and neither am I. It's over. It's all over.
Francisca just threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Ah, isn't that Miss Von Karma's wit?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this right. Okay. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but whips and chains excite me.
Nick!
Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Aww. Burger time. Edgeworth, do we need to talk?
Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got unguarded convicted like I knew you would. On top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure press our luck with this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it. Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're all right.
Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Ooh, yeah, you've been 2 days without food, girl.
All right. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick. Food. Grub. Chow. I'm starved. I'm so hungry. Even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You think like I look like a burger? I'm prime rib at least. Nope. None of the jokes are good.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
Can't believe she hasn't eaten yet. If you insist.
All right, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
All right, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up my that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. I've decided we have to make up for it by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick. Food.
Oh boy.
Hey, pal. I'm sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Gumshoe, are you alright?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things.
A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him?
You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of Steel Samurai. Thanks.
Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Why don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone gather round. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera.
Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating. So let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective.
Huh? Me? You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from DeKeller's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
There was a 4th item?
Oh, come on, yo. It's over. But, ooh, boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think?
Why does she look happy about that?
But being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I feel so hopeless. So I kept my mind off things. I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Oh, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. It sure is nice to finally see them both. Smiling again.
What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up.
That's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me.
That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location.
Oh, it's probably Besset or something, sir.
Well, it doesn't seem, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't eaten anything.
And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. Now if you'll excuse me.
Wait,
What?
I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there.
If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right?
I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel.
What's this?
Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her.
You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Miss Maya. Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Anyway. So who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
That's if you need to ask. Everyone say, thank you, Nick.
Huh?
Yeah. I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kind of already put your name on the bill.
Huh? Huh?
Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in the hotel, this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It'd better be anyhow for 3,000.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all.
Huh? Oh boy.
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
You don't need to hold back now, you hear?
3K for that better be a fantastic camera.
Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out. This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you. Go on. It's been a while since I've heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all.
All right then, if you say so. And then we get to move on to my favorite one. What, Loki? What? I had to hide that letter, but I really felt like you would find it.
I mean, I've escaped that 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Nick. And I'm happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel's a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case.
Oh, God damn it, Pearl. Pearls takes shipping to a whole new level. Technically, yes. But it's also about time to call it for a stream.
Mr. Ashworth had a long talk with... Okay. I heard he said things like, letting go of that one is bad for all of society. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal.
You ain't as bad as Pearl. That's fair. That was Bird.
I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come to the by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? Yes. I'm Director Honey. Recently? Yes, that girl. You know, I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, even if I laid so much ice on her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I was with though. Yes. Oh.
God, that guy is creepy. What, Loki? It's time to begin our quest of, and let the world know we are serious to make, I plan to make, God damn it. I can't keep up with this, because I have to remember how I did each voice. Max is starting to regret his proposal there.
I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm going to be more contemporary with my humor. No curls. Represent. We've got our new act worked out.
Oh, God damn it.
Say something, Will. You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it.
At this point, I'd be very burnt out. Oh God, she's still running around with that sweeper. We forgot about her. Wait, is she okay? No, she's not okay. She's also a horrible monster. Hi, Loki. Received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed. This message will now self-destruct.
Okay. We still have one more game to play through, but it's going to be a bit. Where are you going, Francisco? How did you know I was here? With this? I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me? I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been, and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone, walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways. Francisca von Karma. Oh my god. I'm Francisca von Karma. I don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. That's weirdly adorable. That was so adorable. Someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence never made it to you. I'll take good care of this 4th piece. so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. That raises some questions. So, the last one is Trials and Tribulations, but it is past midnight here, so I'll need to call it for the night. And if you thought this one was wild, you ain't seen nothing yet. It gets so crazy. Capcom did release jewelry based on the characters. Phoenix and Edgeworth were a pair of wedding rings. Yes, they were. No, we're looking for Twitch so we can see who to raid. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing through and seeing reactions to the last game because I also have to think of how I'm going to be voicing. So it's a tradition, it seems like, in Phoenix Wright to every game have a new prosecutor who you battle against throughout the whole game. I don't know about the following games after this trilogy, but it's the case with this one. So let's see. Who are we going to raid? Let's see. I think we'll raid a friend. Oh, you know what? We haven't raided April in a while. April's playing Ark. I think that's who we'll raid. April. Ham. Lincoln. Okay, there we go. It happens. Might be because of things going on with the computer. Anyway. So, I had fun with this one tonight, guys. And tomorrow, we'll be taking the new computer for a spin, hopefully. I'll have everything set up. I've already got most of the files that I need to be able to stream transferred over, and I'll work on finding the rest of what I need. But until then, we're going to be rating Abraham Lincoln, someone I met through chat, actually, who's a good friend of the stream, who you should also check out, especially tomorrow, because he's going to be doing a script reading on stream with a bunch of content creators and friends of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I'm probably going to be skipping out on the rating myself, just because I am a little too excited about this computer, so I'll be lurking when they're doing it. So, until tomorrow, take care of yourselves. Everyone have a good evening and good Saturday. And I will hopefully see you then. Whitey, thank you for the raid. Lear! Good night. And I will catch you all next time. Hey, Serotonin. So remember, be excellent to each other.